Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da da. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, it was good, y'all. How we feeling today? Personally, I'm feeling alright. Although my voice will say otherwise after this. Because I know we're gonna have to voice a lot of characters again. But it's trial day. Trial day. Oh boy. And we do not have much evidence. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. Well, never expected this. Who'd have thought that we'd be back here so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. Could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh. Well, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Oh wait. Good morning! Mr. Natsume. Morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. They are... Oh, they are. The early bird catches the worm, as they say in Britain. Yes, I've heard that. Oh yeah, I heard that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted at the result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Most likely. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Eccentric as always. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There's so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Sue? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the raper, isn't it? Oh yeah. Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Sue? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning. And yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Till the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? What appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to most of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Hell no, please. I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. With the Mentors. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Well, thanks, Sue. Thanks for bringing that up. Well, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Thank you too, Natsume. Thank you. This is really building up my confidence. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Exactly. Yeah, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner to the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Bikotobo Esquires. Oh, I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness, Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Oh boy. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! I'm already sweating. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Ooh-wee. 20th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey Court. Okay, there's new people. There's new people in the jury. What voice did I give you? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Oh, you're really living up the vampire thing. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Excuse me? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you were a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. You got a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an inappropriate description. Sue. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. This is actually blood. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You! Really now? I don't know what voice I gave him. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Oh, well, I must warn you. I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella. Oh, ma'am? I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Huh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain has signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of the most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime? I tell you from the bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great court chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. I will allow racism in my court. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. I forgot what voice I gave him. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure. Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Alright. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Okay. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. Being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. Court will accept the documents as evidence, if please. Alright, let me look at that immediately. File containing an overview of the case. Details of the victim. She was found with a knife bag. I need to look at that immediately because we have 3 things here. Alright. Rendered unconscious, stab wound. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Reporting officer Rolly Beat. Remains unconscious. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch! Ooh, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been stabbed. Yeah, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even a scragged-looking Sosuke-san, I suppose. A commoner garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. It's found lodged in the victim's back. Okay. Look at that now. For a blade that's stabbed in the back, it's looking quite clean. It's looking quite clean. I don't know. It's looking pretty clean to me. I don't know. This might not be the weapon. Unless I'm missing something. I don't see nothing. Alright. Interesting. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume. He's broke. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see, 2 brokies. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! Yes! Excuse me. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a total unjustified and heavy-handed way. Sounds like discrimination. Objection! Silence. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Was it because of the way he looked? Alright. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books that he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookstore, it seems.
It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Okay. Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Okay, so that is the knife. That is the knife. Okay. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you were referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Okay. You Nipponese are the spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Are you sure? Japan is a very honorable country. Are you sure? Anything in particular? Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord I can't speak now. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Sue? Do go on. Mr. Natsumi has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Now that you mention it. We visited him in the prison yesterday. He did tell us what had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat, she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. But that was so long ago. Green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the crime. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them. The victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, we know how this goes. We know how this goes. Hold it! I was trying to go fast. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. Hold it! A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to do, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize. I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Interesting. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Oh, Sue and I better remember that. Remember to stop, look and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact, no doubt lamented by the accused. Okay. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Yeah, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
I'm guessing it's Rowley. That is correct, ma'am. Oh, shit.
Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
Oh, shit.
Yo, yeah, Hat.
There we go. What's good, Hack? You got denied. You got shut down. What's good, bro? But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. Nothing crazy. We ready for Monster Hunter Wilds? You better be. I hate to say this, bro, but no, I'm not ready. Monster Hunter, it's not my thing, bro. I tried, what was the one on PlayStation 4? I forgot what it was called. You're not ready because you're so excited. Yeah, Worlds. It was Monster Hunter Worlds. I couldn't get into it. And I played another Monster Hunter that was on PSP as well. Couldn't get into that one as well. Although I played like, I want to say 10 hours of the PSP when I played. But yeah, not my thing. No cap, dog. Stream tomorrow. Let's play the beta tomorrow together. I'm not gonna do it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it. Just say you don't fuck with me no more, sheesh. I'm not saying that. I ain't saying all that. It's just Monster Hunter. That's the sticking point. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have been seen. I am unaware of the situation on Yatali Island in the east. But here in the capital city of Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Oh. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light that was to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. Ugh. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed behind. Subsequently collect. Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it! From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less? But the thing is, there's no blood on it. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Oh, shit. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. I don't kid. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Hughes ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. What if it was her belongings?
Hold it!
Hold on. Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged, after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? I get what you mean. He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Making up scenarios. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He's on his way home from bookshop, it seemed. Hold it! Hold it! The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Can we get that map? Bourbon Books. Closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mirchon Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Thank you for giving me the map. Appreciate it. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo? I think that's what the inspector just told us. Could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the location. The crucial detail in what you just told the court inspector is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Huh? Are you wanting me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. You use the red blooming ink and drew the bloke's route home for you. Are you stupid? And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh shit. Oh yeah. I must have been some. It's the bookshop. The name of it. My fault. The blunder of the day goes to you, by Landsman. No, not yet. Nope, don't put that on me yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. Mr. Naruhodo, you're making us look bad. I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Alright, let me go back. Actually, let me press this one too. Might as well. Hold it! You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Shums to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuffing nonsense. Sorry? That jack in office, that busybody just comes along and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Shums was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. Lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Oh, he's got a sore spot for Shums. I tell him time and time again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, well, I'll be reading it in Rance magazine next month. You can bet your last farthing I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah! What you mean by that? It appears Inspector Grayson is lost for words. Yeah, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted to it. He's admitted that those books over the pavement in the scene were the ones he bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yeah, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Alright. Where is it at? This one right here.
Hold it!
So we're gonna go with the... He didn't talk about the shop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What does sardonic mean?
Sardonic means grimly mocking or cynical.
I like that. Sardonic. He was on his way from Bourbon Books, secondhand shop he apparently patronizes. He apparently patronizes.
Hold it!
So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest secondhand bookshop to the accused's lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. Wouldn't he have crossed the street, though? If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's going on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. Thanks, bro. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds wherever he's walking around town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing. Barely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Okay. What are you saying, bro? What are you saying that I'm not? Oh wait, the receipt. God. Your books, 17th February. Ah! Yeah, this isn't his. This isn't his. It's not his. It's not his. Objection! Forgot about that evidence. If I could just stop you right there, Inspector Gregson. What is this, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yeah, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Sounds like you didn't do a good job. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
Shut up. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. You didn't do a good job, and this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whatever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. That might be of help. Oh, yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for the assist. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yeah, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, watch it be Your Books is on the same street. It's on the same street, just a little farther back. If we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? You just said? Absolutely. Could absolutely be right. So where is it? Inspector Gregson, where's this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. So where is it? Turns out that Your Books is, just here on the next corner of Mission Street, going east. So it's a little farther off. Alright, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, it didn't change anything. Oh. You got ahead of yourself there. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Okay, Edgeworth. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Oh, you... Sue? You putting out threats? Whoa. I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. But he could have also gone down Calabash Road. Could have gone down that road too. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reinstate from my learned, if somewhat slow, Nippany's Alright, I'm tired of you, bro. Tired of your insults. Whatever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
As I suspected. Can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, huh? I had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating yourself?
Mr. Naruhodo,
You mustn't give up.
what do you mean?
The prosecution's assertion is correct. The members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she's absolutely right.
You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Yup. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Yeah, I know that. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Because maybe he's a foreigner and he doesn't know his way back? He doesn't know the layout like that, maybe? Have you thought about that? No, you didn't. Well, the answer to it's extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But it's not obvious for a foreigner.
Objection!
But, aha, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. Claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! The possibility's still in the air. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of this court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, the defense... Oh! Hold it! Oh shit, they're all against me now. They're all against me. Close out those noties. I agree with Lord Van Zieks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe this. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Oh shit.
Guilty.
Oh shit. Oh
Guilty.
shit. Oh shit. Oh
Guilty.
shit. Oh yeah.
Guilty.
Oh shit.
Guilty.
Fuck. Fuck. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. This sucks. This sucks. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Pick yourself up, bro. I have to tip the balance of those scares the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up and die. Breathe in, breathe out. So I presume you would intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written in an antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you want, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his unctuous refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. It's your turn, come on. Judicial findings. I think some of y'all might just be racist. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. I shopped that, but bourbon books,
Oh, not worth a visit. Oh, hey, that's gonna be our saving grace. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people seen were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we've heard from the inspector that the defendant had then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Oh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, relax. There's no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue.
Yeah, I know. I gotta turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Oh, lock in, bro. Let me get some water. I'm with you. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryu. You can do this. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese Alright.
Hold
Hold it. Excuse me, but
Aren't you...
yeah, that's right. I was in a witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling under your face, or the side of it at least. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know. Water under the bridge, you know? Now, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. Police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter. Well, at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who's... You got some bias to you. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear. I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, what can I do?
Alright, hold it. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man, stabbing mustache is the culprit.
Let's not forget, madam, defendant vehemently desires attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he misses stabbing her, his life is over. And the man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes?
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are... Roman. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
The racism, man. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Whoa. Whoa, chill, bro.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my! You are too kind, my lord.
That went well. Her. Man wouldn't have been going around the houses on his way back to the bookshop in the winter.
You don't know that.
Hold it!
How can you know that?
You can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Matsumine could have taken from your books. Oh yeah, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it, Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yeah, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yeah, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? See, you get where I'm going here, right? Yeah, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know? I didn't just make up my mind on the whim that he did. He did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case, honest, I would. A reason why Sosuke-san might have taken a longer way home.
Yeah, good reason. I don't imagine he'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Okay. We can get him, for sure. We need evidence.
Hold it!
Oh my gosh, why are you here?
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? Landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room?
The master's wife? Where did you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, do you understand?
She's keeping up that charade. Oh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I have no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort.
What? Ryu, I don't think you understand this. These are British people. They got some bias.
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him.
See?
I've heard of them, you know? People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh, dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so, Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Alright. We got Mr. Brolic over here. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line, too. So's my family's. Like you wouldn't understand. But a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see.
Oh, well, that must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If they're late, work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mirshon Street it was. Mirshon Street. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can we just get the business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine. I'll do it then. When the day it happened, I was digging up Mirshon Street from dawn to dusk. So you should have seen them then. You should have seen them.
Hold it!
So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn to dusk, well, the work has to be completed within a day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on this map the exact location of the works you were carrying out. Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Oh, yeah, you're stupid, brother. You're stupid. You shouldn't have told me this. Let's see, then. Well. Look what we have here. Here we are. Mirshon Street. Yeah, it was just here, like. It was a tiny dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen. Solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, Can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. Yeah? Snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. Keep talking.
That means the road work was still going on when Mr. Green was attacked around 5 o'clock.
Roadworks on Mission Street, huh? Your books, yes. Nice shot, that.
Hold it!
Sorry. Forward it, you say? For what? No. What I said was hold it! Okay. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. So were you in there? Were you in there? And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yeah, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and docked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's mostly slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I already thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road.
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Headed down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Huh? Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
Clean your ears out, sir.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
Yeah, they are. They're biased as hell. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly.
Yeah, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again. If any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them against each other.
Don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
Alright.
Hold it!
Oh, I did not mean to do that. I meant to save. We know who we're going for. Where's the old head at? Did he change his statement?
Hold it!
And that was at around 5 o'clock, you say? Same time as the victim was attacked.
I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day.
And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall?
Goodness, it was eons ago. I'm not sure I can remember.
It was 3 days ago. Try judging your memory, please. Where was it?
Well, let me see here. It was especially slippery around about... Ah, yeah, I remember now. It was just about the corner here.
What happened to you then? Were you alright?
Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again. No one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where the grandchildren were waiting for me.
A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death.
Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured.
True. Sounds like it was a very nearly another hospital admission or worse. Wait, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? I didn't even mention. I didn't even pick that up. Absolutely. It's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job, too, or I'd had nothing to wear here. So count your blessings, I say. It was him that fell. And that's where not too many ran from him. Suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. I got him now. Hold on. Hold on. No. All right. Two and 5. I mean, 6 and 2. 6 and 2.
Objection!
Objection. Let's go. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the jury's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
My, whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Yurt Books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man said he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my.
My goodness.
You mean?
That's right. I'm referring, of course,
The hard of hearing.
juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. That is true. Well, look at that.
My goodness me.
Sorry. You need to pee? Ew. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. It means the defendant must have taken a long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Let's go.
My.
Got him. That's one step forward. You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Yes, that's one. Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well, No, we need that. We need that. That's two. That's two. Something so simple got overturned like that.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
All in a day's work of Ace Attorney. We managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... if you could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. You might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yeah, that's exactly what we gotta do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means necessary.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examinations, please.
Yes, my lord.
Why, it could have been that old man in the green the defense saw. I have to call him not guilty, it's only right.
Alright, now I'm thinking 5 and 3. 5 and 3.
Sorry about my overcoat setting a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty to make up for it.
5 and 3. Five and 3. Let's go with it. Let's go with it.
Objection.
Yes, sir! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
Huh? What? I just wanted to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3?
Oh, me, sir?
What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to reconsider the implications of what's been said on the map, on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mirsham Street to make it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mirsham Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yeah, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings.
Yeah, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back home from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice.
Yes! Whoa. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may?
Yes.
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yeah, I like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Thank you. That's 4. Come on now.
What about you, sir?
Oh, me? Well, all right then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled. That's what I say. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The A's of 2. The no's 4. The ayes 2. The no's 4. So the no's have it. Not guilty, they say.
which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Oh! Quite a display of clownery. Could it seem churlish of thee to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh?
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Watch your mouth, I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the roads at these claims. I believe you said it was 2 good yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Distance? If I'm honest, I don't have a clue. 2 yards is, a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. Hey, I'm American. Hey, Hey Siri. How much is 2 meters in American units?
Okay, I found this on the web for how much is 2 meters in American units. Check it out.
You didn't give me the 2 meters though. Okay, 1 meter is approximately to 3 feet. So 2 meters.
That's about 6 feet?
That's not much at all. Okay. Did he say, wait, did I skip something? Oh. That really is not much at all, okay. In other words, a distance readily availed by anyone of moderate figure. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Huh? Me? Well, can't say you're wrong, no? What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Oh, is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed. A single sentence. And, old man.
Old man, you can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese man behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say that I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1. against you being able to prove it.
You got me there.
We're working on possibilities right now.
Order! Order!
Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself.
My lord.
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student a sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
Oh, he's taking me seriously now. What are you talking about?
My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses. It's not a huddle, do you not remember? You've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yeah, I remember. One of them being a Scotland policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, till this battle's over. Holy. Oh, hell. Okay. First off, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be back. It's getting spicy. We still don't have a lot of information, though. But it's getting spicy here.
I have returned. Let's get back to it. Little snack break. Too. Oreos. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. We got Sleepy Joe and Allison want Alice. Are y'all a couple? Y'all a couple, ain't you? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the Pete Street, sir. No! That's so. The weight. Which okay. Yeah. Honk.
Me. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say this young town's hero's wife.
Oh. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Oh.
Me.
No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems, tired. Hardly surprising. Must being an honorable occupation. Patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Sure, I heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound like much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep at my feet, I'd have collapsed a long time ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on this beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. Good one. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing real to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. He's sleep deprived. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It's going to be her that's the problem. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog at the pavement in front of us. Oh, all of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over it, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. But you're a police officer. Why didn't you arrest him on the spot?
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in a summation examination will be quashed.
It's definitely the fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding day anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of this situation, I am sure. Except that the man is so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble, counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. You gotta get through her. You gotta get through her to get through him. Why do you have bandages on your helmet?
You got patches on your suit too? What is going on with you? Are you a real policeman? Are you real?
I want to look at the people, but I can't. Hold it! No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Yeah, are you? Why are you saying that? Oh, let me see. He's only 32. Okay, olive green. Look at the bullet. Rolly Beat, devoted London Bobby, who's been this event. Patricia Beat. Okay, they're a young couple. She's definitely leeching off of him. Definitely.
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you could probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It seeps you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
This shit is trash. What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep?
This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform.
Ew, wait. I much prefer you in uniforms.
Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
So you're just doing it for the status? That makes sense. Status is a big thing here. That makes sense.
Oh dear. That doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, and as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every day, every single day, without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. I feel very secure with you around. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
Day to day!
It was good. Cat fact. One reason that kittens sleep so much is because a growth hormone is released only during sleep.
Ah.
This relates to this guy here. He's a sleepy guy. But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, you're a real romantic, okay.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
But Sue, she was just choking him out with the scarf, okay. If a little. Over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Two silhouettes appeared at the fog.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Sosuke is not a thin-looking man. He's not thin. He's not a thin guy. He's a bit chunky. Or stocky.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in the print. And like Mr. Natsume.
Sue, are you sure? That doesn't sound like him. Yeah, fortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time, there was nobody else nearby.
Oh yes, quite certainly. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
See, look at that! Well, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other, pedestrians. Before sleep takes a fun hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir! As a cop who spends all day, every day, Keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Alright, y'all. Get a room. You're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. And the other collapsed.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer. You realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
You got closer. Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Oh, yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them. All around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. As clearly pictured in the photographic print. Yeah, we see.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Oh, whoa, watch your mouth. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him! It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat eyes, the top mouth, snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir! Ugh. Man, shade over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all.
Sure.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Y'all got a lot of patches. Y'all poor? Y'all must be poor. What? I'm starting to assume that he's not a policeman. I'm starting to assume that. What? Yeah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course. So I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I said Patricia, you see? I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who details with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait to the police box for the beat. The incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as possible and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please. You're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock, William Biden. Hold it! But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of those gas street lamps, would you? Why are you getting mad?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I have, you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fall was only light. What, didn't he?
Yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your arm.
Yeah, alright, I'll take your point. Could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
This is abuse. What? Yes. It was accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. That doesn't help us. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mrs. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but when hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. It's not somebody running away from the scene of Briar Road that day. Yeah, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us?
Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Ah, shit. Then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in her testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Her statement about seeing Mr. Natsumi is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if their pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere else. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem so up against it?
Right.
Um,
Oh, you just cut me off.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, well, Corey, what is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Please do tell me. Please do tell me, please. Please tell me. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
Lock her up.
Rue! Rue!
Hi, Rue. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down. Let him rest. Patricia's so iconic. Really? Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Her husband? Yeah, her husband. But I think she married him for the status. Might that appease you? Cause look at them. They got patches all over. They're broke. They're broke. They gotta be broke. She married him for the status.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Yeah, punk.
He's just a tired guy. I can even tell you the names of the 4 books. The 4 books? Oh, you're stupid. Tell me.
Hold it!
Enlighten me. What are the 4 books? Yeah, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question. Yeah, hold it, bitch. You're stupid. And you just gave me more information. Thank you. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. Some well-deserved hypothermia. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. So we can't rely on you. We can't rely on you. You were sleeping. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you've observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other in What's It Yearnings? Shut it down. Shut it down now. Then there was, a mail for someone. And the last one was definitely the Thingamy something. You see? Wrap the shit the fuck up. I see there's 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as he puts it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Yo, just because you got the backing of Prosecutor Van Zeeks don't mean you're smart. Don't you agree, darling? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa! Put the strap up, buddy. You put it up. Put it up. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Oh, you wide awake for this? Wide awake for the strap, huh? Oh. Gotta make him sound like a nerd. All right, let me. Terrifying.
Actually, she's very gorgeous to me.
All right, there it is. There it is. I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do that. Yes, she really is. So that. All right. Same thing. I know what I'm presenting. I know what I'm presenting. I got him. She's stupid. Because you like to talk so much, you put yourself in a hole.
Hold it!
Oh shit! I pressed the wrong button. My fault. 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 I got too excited. I pressed the wrong button. My fault. 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 Patricia got this rich girl attitude, but a poor girl fit. Exactly. Look at her. All these patches. Even her bow got a patch on. Her bow got patches on it. How does that work? First off, there's 3 books. Second off, there's 3 books in this picture. So you're fucking stupid. Anyway. Objection! You don't know how to count. So you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and thing gummy something. You don't know how to count, bitch. I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Did you go to school? Oh no. What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4, stupid! What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. It's pretty obvious. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry? Stop hiding behind your man. It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Really? Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. So, you're racist, you're fat phobic, and you're fucking stupid. Okay, that's 3 things. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. B. Now, and you're poor. That's 4 things, actually. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books he described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your shut tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Van Zeeks, you know, you're smart, you know. Come on, don't play around. You see what I see, you're smart. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Your Honor.
Take that!
Take that! The receipt. The evidence is right here, in the form of a bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. You little chihuahua ass, shut up. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Objection!
What do you gotta say about this, Van Zeeks? What do you gotta say about this? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, Marlon Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. He does not look like he's supposed to be in this game. He's fine as fuck though. Listen, Rue, we're in London. I understand. His aesthetic is the vampire aesthetic. That's what it is. So it fits. Who is this? I'm gonna put this on my wish list. This is Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper of the Valley. Put this on my wish list. Have you never played an Ace Attorney game? Bro, have you never played an Ace Attorney game? No? Hey, listen. Go ahead and cop you the Ace Attorney, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney collection. Go ahead and cop the Apollo Justice collection. Go ahead and cop the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's a fantastic series. Great characters. Great music. Great mysteries. Great everything. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. I want my friends to get into games like this in Danganronpa. Because they're so good.
I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. If you like putting people in their place, play this. What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert the attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be there? Oh, he sees right through me. He saw the strat. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh?
We mean accurate. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Okay, the 4th book was hers then, the students.
Objection.
It had to be hers. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 books can be seen in that print. You mean to say? Allow me to present it. When that shows the victim's hand. You bitch. You had that in your back pocket. Fuck you. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Oh, you bitch. Good move. Order! Order!
There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look.
You didn't do nothing. Shut up. That was not yours. You had nothing to do with that. Shut up, Patricia. That freak. Yes.
It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yo, save this. Somebody save this man. Please save him. Why is she beating? That's what I'm seeing.
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beats, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The pictures of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Pause.
What's its yearnings?
Now, man, he's gotta be into it. Hey, if you into it, you into it, you know? Not for me. Not for me, not like this, at least. Hence I better yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabora. As the court has just heard, the witnesses remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beats' powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print. Why is the book burnt? Why is the book burnt? I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches.
Wait a minute. That's the lion's pride. Hold on. You two are involved. You two are involved in this. That's y'all book. That's your book. You two are involved in this.
In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book. I wonder, what became of that fourth book?
Obviously.
Oh, now I know why it was burnt too. Because in their room, there was that rug and that wardrobe that had burn marks on it. And it was from a candle, allegedly.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers. Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Consul. My pleasure, my lord.
So smug. Second crime scene photo. And the fourth book. Isn't all evidence supposed to be submitted in the beginning? Real you summer child. This is Ace Attorney. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Oh boy.
The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
Real, I came into this trial with 2 pieces of evidence, okay? This is normal.
What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
See, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Oh my gosh, you're so perfect.
Wait, you're already married. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Aren't you already married? You're already married. What? Why'd you say that? Wait. Maybe because they're not actually married. Like I've been saying. They're not actually married.
So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions.
I don't know. I want a man like that too. Maybe they're just BFK. It'd be nice to have somebody like that, but like, you know, there's other intentions and motivations around that. Just look at them. Just look at the power dynamic. There's other intentions involved.
Should the court waste any more time on this Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but listen, you know, silent in private or something, and proud in private. Yeah, that can apply. That can apply and all, but like, their whole relationship is sus. If I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well make matters worse.
Think, Ryu, think. What will you do now? Fuck. Unless he's being abused, then I'm good. Oh yeah, he's definitely getting abused. You see the way he's getting pulled apart every time? Let's wait and see. I should just keep quiet now. See what happens. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture. In which case...
Mr. Naruto, was I not clear? The case of the defense is in great danger.
Yeah, I realized that. Which is why I decided to let the sweat drop from my trembling brow in silence.
Huh.
You're so right. Sorry. If I don't say anything now, it will all be over. And it won't end well for us. I can't let that happen.
Hold it!
Okay. Wait. The defense?
Objection!
Fuck. The defense will have to wait. Because that sapless hesitation cannot go unpunished. Fuck. I made the wrong choice. Isn't your derisive finger-pointing punishment enough? No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense. And you failed. The die has been cast. There's no room for debate. Well, it might be over, as far as you're concerned, but...
I can't think of what to say.
I'm gonna hit you.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems someone somewhat boorish closed down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh, so you're being racist to me now? I can't say nothing.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me. But I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. That's what's up, Ryu.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Sue. Please. Take the floor. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Huh?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment.
You're damn right. We gotta take this opportunity now.
And of course, I'm here to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thorough as possible.
Yeah, I understand. All right. I understand. Thank you, Sue. This book right here. This book right here.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. Yeah, Ryu. You've heard of this book. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. Very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, and the burn. Look at that.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges on the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
Book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Yeah. Can I open the book? No. Anything else? And a picture. Okay. Like I said earlier, you two are in the hot seat now. You two are in the hot seat. Because that's your book. This is it, This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Let's go with the book.
Take that!
Take that! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. No, we didn't. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of court's time, as you know. Ugh. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel. I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. Do I identify this clue at once? Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. He's a little scared about that, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yeah, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Well, if you turn it around to the back right here, it's this.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniable, an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
I just noticed their scarves are linked together. That's one scarf as a whole. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth did this charred book hide? Giving middle school couple vibes. Damn. Now that you say that, it's a little cringe. A charred book. There is one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord. Oh, well. Wrong voice. She calls him darling and he says anything Patricia says.
Middle school.
Y'all didn't grow up for real.
Y'all didn't grow up.
Who is this? Oh. Yeah, I'm not accepting that. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how could you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim the owner of this book? Who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Why do they make the enemy so fine? Rue, I want you to do something. Look up Miles Edgeworth. Look up Miles Edgeworth. And we look a fresh 18-year-old. I think Ryu is in his, I think he's 21 or 22. If I remember correctly. Because his homie was 20. He was in his 20s. But yeah, this nigga's in his 30s. He's 32. Miles Edgeworth. Miles. Raw. We might need to bring a little couple onto the stage here. Take that! The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. 360! A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb. The landlords! And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fatal work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the six chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Gardeb herself.
Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gardeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gardeb's house? Her cheeks jiggle. Yeah, she's got the jiggle physics.
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accuser's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Shut up. This is not mere conjecture. Defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor. Oh, the book fell out the window. The book fell out the window. On the top floor, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Wait, no, it didn't. No, it didn't fall. It didn't fall out the window. Maybe it did. Then why was it in her hands? Hold on. All right, let me just keep going. Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Hey! Afraid to say it was. Happened to blink with an eye, you know? Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book. The book called La Lion's Pride. I remember that. Oh. What's wrong, Zeke? What's wrong? The Lion's Pride. By Jove! The very same title that subject of this debate?
Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes.
Then why do we have the book now? Why do we have it now?
And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
You definitely beat him. You definitely beat him at home. Oh my, no.
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me.
Yeah, okay. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. Yeah, Look at the Candle. Yup, I remember that. Yup. But as soon as the fire got hold of him, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. I really think they just talk like that. I don't know. It's toxic. I don't trust it. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. This is the relevance y'all play into this. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him.
Good gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
That's where I was going, Judge. But how did it get in their hands?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very same evening of the incident. There is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. It wasn't broken, it was open. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Why are you shutting it down? Let us not forget the season and the chilling winter that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Why are you generalizing? Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Consul? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough.
That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster.
Look at your racism coming out.
You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that the little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight? Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Why did you hit the man next to you? Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But Think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Huh? Sorry, what's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? That old man OJ the end. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Put your foot down, Bo. Who are you supposed to be? Put your foot down. You are not him. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Wait. If that Van Zieks or whatever doesn't see me tomorrow on Valentine's Day, I'm gonna bring another massacre. You showing out now. You showing out. Put your foot down. What? What? No. No forgive the discourtesy this time? Oh, so you're being disrespectful. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Oh my gosh, we're doing this again.
Fuck.
Guilty.
Fuck.
Guilty.
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 I gotta turn their opinions around again. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's so over.
Miss Naruhodo, don't give up. Sue, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
Yeah, you're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination.
Rude, did you just send out the tweet?
Are you funny? You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. Get off Twitter?
I saw the notification.
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh! Alright, bet. Live tweeting. Live tweeting a trial. We love it. Oh boy. That was just first half, okay. Alright, before we continue, I'm gonna get some more water to make sure my throat is still able to keep going. I'll go to the bathroom. Everybody take a little recess. Take a little recess, and then come back. Court is adjourned. I have returned. We are back. We are back. Y'all get snacks? Y'all got water? Still got my Oreos. My voice is still good to go too, so I can continue with the voice acting. Hope y'all are immersed. W voice actor. Appreciate it, bro. Glad I'm doing a good job. Keeping y'all immersed in this game and having y'all locked into the trial and the fuckery and the bullshit. All right. I gotta catch my breath because I was just doing some sit-ups. I did some sit-ups. Good 30. All right. I have considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Here we go again. Part 2. We gotta go from 6 to 4 or 3. The chair's contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the vendor was close with it, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Number 2 looks like a Pokemon trainer.
He do
Look like a trainer. He look like you will find him in I don't know the specific Pokemon locations, but he would definitely be in like the city metropolis area. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring some home pay, if I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
That's irrelevant. Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. Though the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how?
What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman? And how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method in which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be the where the trial ends.
No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, Counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryu, focus your mind now. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's go. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4. Maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garrideb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. How did it get in her hand? Yeah, that's what we have to find. Maybe she picked it. Maybe it fell on the ground. She picked it up. But then how would that explain the knife in the back? Or maybe... I don't know. I don't know yet. We just don't have enough information. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Good idea. Look at y'all looking all look at Patricia looking all smug in the corner. I don't know if y'all can see her. I'm blocking her a little bit. Look at smug in the corner right there. We know what you are. Yeah, I realized I was blocking her. We know what you are. You're 4 things. I'm not going to say it again. The accused left behind evidence at the scene. Okay, those feet.
Hold it!
Hold it! Her and her EP-ass husband. Exactly. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? Oh shit, okay. There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Nothing?
Excuse me.
Oh shit, my fault. Do you have something to say, Juror 6? Huh? Sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to press that. I forgot I have to go back to the original speaker to proceed. Oi! I heard that! Perhaps you could apply that selective hearing to the proceedings here. Hey, you too old, bro. Okay. You didn't get to see everything. How did he hear that? He can't hear people basically yelling their lungs out, but he can hear whispers. That's crazy. Okay, where was I at? Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? During a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Oh, now he's just mad.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty that's left to say. We weren't getting anything out of him anyway. There was some novel alternative explanation I might reconsider.
Hold it!
Now hold on. This is a Hail Mary right here. But from the things that Mrs. Garrett was throwing, out of the things Mrs. Garrett was throwing out the window at her husband, what if she threw out the knife as well? What if she threw out a knife? What if she threw a knife at him and she missed and it fell out the window and it stabbed her in the back? What if? What if? That's just a Hail Mary right there. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my. Such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
Yeah, okay. That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
This is irrelevant. And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty.
Yeah, that's just bias. That's just bias.
Modern, metropolitan.
Yeah, shut up. Alright, we get it, we get it.
When you say,
Overwhelmingly.
but us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let's do our very best not to Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted the rational there. Good shit. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold winter indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
So, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, my fault. Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Right. There was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with the direct. What else did you throw?
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Stop hitting people.
Well, he brought it upon himself, is playing with fire to portray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is, certainly a bad thing, yeah. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett. Yo, stop hitting him.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless assaults.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Or maybe he's just built. Maybe that's why. After all, the husband is like 40 years old. And old. And fragile. I want to get this over with.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both, then. Like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital This is... Yo. We got 3 cases of abuse. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. That's called trauma, sir. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Sue. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. The slaps? The slaps? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. I'm so tired of you. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake, was this some kind of devil worship? Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain is... It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto. Devil worship. If it was... You know... If it was my first time seeing a cake with candles on it, and I'm from a... Like, hear me out for a second. I get why he said that. Because imagine you're a foreigner, you come to a country where they're putting candles on their cakes. That would look kind of strange. That would look kind of strange, I ain't gonna lie. Anyway, I must have done my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. But the flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? How'd you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. Grandchildren, bless them, threw water all over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear. Thank you for this explanation, sir. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Thank you for this explanation. I know who to give this to. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. How I got sick in the freezing rain last Saturday. Yeah, weather was wild. It's going back and forth too, like, come on. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yeah, once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're gonna need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yeah. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If Nixon stands out, I'll go in for the strike. That's the spirit. I'm ignoring you. You and number 6.
Objection!
Objection! These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, we can add. Oh, ads are... Oh. What is bro doing? Let's say. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta be on tour or something. It's gotta be on tour. Yeah, I waited a little bit. I realized as we're going. All right. The old man's story about the window and his birthday and the candles. We're using that against juror number 3 because he's saying, juror number 3 saying there's no point in all of this if the windows were closed. But if there was a fire, they would open the windows. So that's where we're going with this. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, but because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... You see, you get it now. Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gerardip household. Mr. Gerardip had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Are you following the logic, sir?
Oh, my hat! Oh, what's wrong with you? Excuse me.
Number 4. You got something to say about that? Our bro got a sword on him. Alright, long story short, it was his homie's sword. And he died. So he's carrying it as a memento. Yeah, that's the long story short of it. That was like chapter 2. She taking big sips. You got something to say about that? Oh. Bitch, Mrs. Gerardip.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. That did happen. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
Oh.
Be honest. Be honest right now. Say it.
And what if we did?
Bitch. Now you're going this route with it now? You're going this route?
Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire.
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nurse to do other...
You got anger issues. Of course, I should have realized that.
That's a significant step forward, Miss Naruto. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Gerardip's former statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I plain forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Same title, in fact, as the book Mr. Garrett had told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride he'd been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Got him. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
I really don't know.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book. Much less the title of What is Wrong with You? What's wrong with you? Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? Did you remember something?
You know something?
I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. Huh? It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to getting hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh, damn, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I know, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. What's up with the women in this game? No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know? The god-awful stench of things. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
It's not a huddle. You mustn't think all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Sue, you can't really talk because you like to throw people. No, I wasn't thinking that. I was.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What?
Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare. What if my Hail Mary was true? What if my Hail Mary was true? A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were recording. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has gone along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, kettle, chair, wardrobe, cooker, bathtub.
Who are you married to, the Hulk?
You might supposed to be even beefier than you. Things came to a head last week when she threw me right into Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country, started by some clever lads who've been tossed into things a few too times by their wives. It's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. Weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Hey, number 2. You're a woman. What you think about this?
Objection!
Objection! What did I just say? Objection. There we go. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object, besides the book, could have found its way from the Garadev household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her housing. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you incinerating now, you little beanpole?
Hey, yo. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object, making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm not telling now. Be nice. I'm really taking a gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain, at the very least, warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadev household to the scene of crime? My Hail Mary. My Hail Mary was right.
Take that!
Take that! Juror number 4. Mrs. Garadev.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Uh-huh.
Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. I know what I'm doing, my lord. Remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadev were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadev was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window across the street, and across the street, to land neatly in her hand? She picked it up. Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yeah, I admit, there are many details we don't understand yet. But that's the point. That's precisely why. You must not allow it to try to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mrs. Garadev, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh!
Ah. She know the knife. Yup, we got him.
my lord. I wish to change my decision.
All these people need to go to jail.
I'm a woman of my word, after all.
These people should not be on the jury. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. It's the foreman, my biggest hater. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents.
Oh, hey, what are you doing?
I mean, we're back on it now. We're good. We're good. We got enough. We got enough.
Wait. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hey! So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors leaning have changed. 2 jurors call guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue. Let's go. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, good for nothing save the guts of it. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? How are you going to come back from this? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Geredip household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Yeah? Which means that the distance from the Geredip's house to the scene is 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
Hey Siri. How much is 14 meters in feet?
14 meters is 45.93 feet.
Thank you, Siri.
Oh, wow. she said that. You're welcome. Wow.
That's never happened. "14 meters? That's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, Wolfbook was found in the victim's clutches." She picked it up, man. She picked it up. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? It's fantasy, somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Yeah, it's a little far-fetched, but it's Ace Attorney. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Sue,
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Oh, Oh, that's what you're mad about. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. W Wingman, let's go. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Good move. Good move.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Hey, we need that. We need that. This involves her house, her items. We need that.
Order, order, order.
Well, this is highly irregular.
It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
What was the point of that?
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zieks?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
I forgot y'all were here.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Bate reporting for duty, sir.
Oh, did you wake up?
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared in my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London Bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've neglected you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Get a room.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Damn it.
Oh,
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir.
Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom again. My fault.
I'll be back. I'm back again. I drank too much water. Trying to keep my throat in check. Finally. It wasn't that long. I also saw this I just saw this video on Twitter. Gideon caught a predator that was hiding in the roof. I'm about to retweet it so y'all can see. If you want to see, I retweeted it. Shit was crazy. Yeah, check my retweet. Check my retweet. That shit is wild. Anyway, Constable Beats report.
Actually, this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetching help, but my trusty Rolly here was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
But you were sleeping. You were sleeping in the snow. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. I arrived in the country 2 days ago. Relax. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Alright, I'll try. Okay.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh, it's one of those types. Okay.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
Ah. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We fell from the roof.
Got his ass caught. It did stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
Ah, that puts a big wrench into everything. No! You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. But the thing is, it happened. It did happen. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't.
Hey! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it! I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening?
I haven't even started the cross-examination yet.
And my argument's already destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright, again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Good, another desperate situation. Okay, the obvious thing is to say that the bottom part was open as well.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember. I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, brother. No. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
I said that. Yeah, well, see, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, man.
Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. Before I consider that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principle.
I'm not finna glaze y'all over on the mainland. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Please give me that as evidence. I want to see this. I want to see if this is official or not. I want to see if you're a real cop. Are you a real cop? A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Wait. Principles of policing, Metropolitan Police Regulations. Any crime falls under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. If crime is discovered on his beat, policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. So is a domestic dispute not a crime? Is a domestic dispute not a crime? The windows on the top floor together are top hinged casements.
Hold it!
But what you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, so you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from the inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Maybe they were on the opposite side of the road. Yes, directly opposite. It seemed the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett have furnished? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
You got something to say?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. You got something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. You really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean by that?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
She got a lot of hair. Constable B.
Huh? Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir? You see? Sir?
That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you would clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
That's what you're worried about? Alright. Dog fact. The average city dog lives 3 years longer than a country dog. Really? Interesting. How'd they figure that out?
But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, my pet. That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially recorded.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case files information. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable's Beat, the border of which runs down the middle.
And now it's my turn, I think.
If anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
Hold it! But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky looking for our lucky star.
Bitch, what are you saying?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that either a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
It seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall on the ground, so we ran straight over to help.
They leave the scene to go fetch and help. My trusty Willie was there.
Hold it!
I don't trust him being there. Yeah, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
I wouldn't like someone's terrible sense of direction. That's just me.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Well, like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Yeah, you didn't. Yeah, sure, I believe you. Sure, the sleepy guy didn't keep his eye off things. Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a
Why are you lying?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? Seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gyarados household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? You shedding the light on that? Seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time.
Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Yeah, likely story. Even if that were the case, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Really now? Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. It's not sitting right with me either, Ryu. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag, how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
What now? Oh, yeah, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
But I wasn't really, I mean, what is she doing?
Please! Just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony...
You're pulling the woman card? Wrap it up! Get out of here!
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. B. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes, the path of least resistance is the sage one. Sometimes you just gotta stand on business. You know? Woman or not, you gotta stand on business sometimes. Put your foot down. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Are you gonna please reveal some more information so I can shut you down? Please do that.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Ah, very clear. You know, you also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, That's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross.
What's wrong with you, sir? Constable Beat? Is there a problem?
Huh? No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
What? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes. But my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease.
What was there to tease about there? What was there to tease about there?
But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet.
Oh, that's why he lets her do whatever? Look at them. Hold on, I'm not following. Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? I'm looking at him again. What'd you notice, Real? The way he gripped her up. Oh, he got her under wrap. Oh, I was not paying attention to that. I was not paying attention.
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
My new favorite couple. Yeah, how romantic. Scrounging in the gutter for coins.
I've forgotten all about it until now. Have you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Nah, y'all hiding something. Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Nah, what are you hiding? I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mr. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat. This bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you add details about it in your testimony, please. Is that husband? Chill on Sue. Chill on Sue. Chill on Sue. She's helping as much as she can.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset.
So where's the bouquet now? Where is it? That was taken from the crime scene. Where is it?
When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was on a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
So somebody moved it. In which case, somebody disturbed the crime scene. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
Hold on, let me read that back. Let me read that back. Let me read that back. Ran over, it was a woman with a knife in her rat. I was shocked. Got the bouquet Rolly gave me. So the dark spot with the street lights, yeah. I came back to the scene together with the other constable. I spotted my bouquet, but the funny thing was, it was nowhere near the victim's body. You gone to the wrong side of the street.
Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, really.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene.
You forgot to pick it up again. I'm starting to think the body. I'm starting to think the body is closer than we think. I'm starting to think the body was moved to the other side of the street. You mean you forgot? That's what I'm saying. You're forgetting too much. I'm thinking Mr. Rolly here moved the body, huh?
That beautiful rose Rolly brought me. That change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this solitary rose? You had this the whole time too? Oh my gosh.
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to a report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement, in front of the Geradib household. It was found on the pavement in front of the Geradib household. Yeah. Oh my god, they're poor, but it's so thoughtful. Yeah. I guess there's... I guess they're a good couple, I guess. Although, it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Leave poor people alone. I'm not saying nothing about poor people. It's just these two. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughway.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No. I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Good job, Judge. Good job. Good job, Judge. Shut that shit down. Put it in evidence. Put it in evidence. This shit.
Oh.
Present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rolly. Shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love.
Fuck your love. I'm looking at it. It's very stylish paper the flowers wrapped in, isn't it? There's gotta be something on here.
It's just an old newspaper, mister.
It's a newspaper? The wrapping is newspaper. Oh my god. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English printed. It looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrap the stone-baked but sweet potato English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
So you do love your cakes. This is the wrong time to be thinking about cakes. Okay. What else is here? It's gotta be something. There's gotta be something.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
You not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly. I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yeah. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. You gotta give it to him. You gotta give it to him.
Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Is there nothing else on this? Is there seriously nothing? There's no other evidence on here? Are you serious? Nothing. Nothing.
Welp. I thought I had something.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured, I shall do my best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report.
Hold it!
Is this the same? So why was the rose missing? If you didn't take your eyes off the crime scene, why was the rose missing?
Oh boy. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this?
Yeah. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Yeah. I think I might already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Mr. Rowley. Alright, it's gotta be the rose.
Objection!
How did you not find this? You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
I mean to say I need more water. In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of this meager bouquet, if a single soddy bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meeker?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beats swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belongs to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysterious, the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beast's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadev's book. Mr. Garadev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west end of the street. Yeah, we're all following this, right? We're all following? And yet, it was on the opposite side. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard, Mrs. Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side. But in fact, it was on the west. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my role has done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Whittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garadev's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadev. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruto. Thank you for the assist, Sue. Yup. Y'all see that, right? Makes me think that old lady did something. She's involved. She's involved in this. She was throwing around items. She definitely threw out the knife. He definitely threw that out. It went out the window. It definitely went out the window. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yeah, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? A little sleepy guy. A little sleepy guy known as Rolly B.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly B, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
Shut your ass up. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Double team.
Well?
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. He's right.
But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. Happened to be there? You're not making this easier. You're not making this any easier. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Nah, stand firm with this one. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Breathe in, breathe out. Get some water. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. I'm gonna go with where the victim fell. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here. As if anyone didn't already know.
What if it was on the opposite side? That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
Stop hiding behind your man.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. I want to go home. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Maybe right here.
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
Look at your husband. Look at your husband. Look at him for a second. Why is his head down? On the evening in question, Mr. Gerdev's book fell directly down on the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court's heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. Remember, you have a terrible sense of direction, lady.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. Victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Get him, Rio, get him. Get him. Extraordinary. The constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume?
Yup, exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. What Van Zeek said, it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Sue always coming in with the notes. Yup.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet. That was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road.
And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly. And
We're not doing this. We're not doing your excuses right now.
did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Stop glazing your man. I mean, glaze your man, but not with this.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
What?
Huh? Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly almighty! Order! Order! What on earth is the meaning of this? Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this?
As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
What's going on? I have a possible explanation.
Did he get...
He got hit in the head. Did he get hit in the head? And that's why there's a bandage on his helmet? Was he standing under the window when Mrs. Garrett was throwing shit out? Something landed on his head. He got knocked out. And then he woke up and moved the body, I guess. Something. But why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime? I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Ziek said this foreigner was uncovered the startlingly truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Is there an affair going on with... Hold on. Nah, that's nasty. Well, it's not really nasty. She's like 38. Hold on. I don't know where he's going with this. I don't know where he's going with this. Let me look at the evidence again. Young woman. He would never. No shot, you said, affair? Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her person. Other details are unknown, apart from the single stab wound. You know, we never got back to the victim. What's her relation to all this? Why would you move the body? You know her. There's no other reason to move the body. I don't know what to go with, though. I don't know what to go with. It's not the receipt, of course. It's not the knife. It's not the book. Warrant card. What gives away the motive for Constable Pizza? Unthinkable. I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. It's about feelings. It's about feelings. It's about feelings. About feelings. But I don't know what to pick, though. Don't know what to pick. Oh man, I don't know what to pick. I was thinking about going with the girl herself, the photo, flowers. She's also in her early 20s. I don't know. Don't know what to pick. Don't know what to pick. Don't know what to pick. I'm shooting it. The flowers. Let's go with the flowers. No. Let me reread this again. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a very good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. Flower.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land. I have only just arrived from Japan. We got it right. Which is why all this information about London's so-called Bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a Oh, so he moved the body so he didn't have to work. He moved the body so he didn't have to take He moved it so he didn't have to work. He didn't have to do his job. Is that what you're saying? And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Because on one side of the road, it will be his job to do it. But on the other side of the road, it will be the other officer's job to do it. I'm following this right. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. Wait, when he... That was me. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to something.
Yeah. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling the policeman, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. He didn't want to work. He didn't want to work for his wife. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beats.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
You're an accomplice. You're an accomplice.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. You've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were. Where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why?
If bro did his job, he still could have took her out to eat. If bro didn't want to do... Yo! Give me his badge. Give me his badge right now. Give me his badge. Put him in a cell. Dumbass, bro. This could have gone so differently if you just did your job. Y'all could have went out to eat the next day. Y'all could have went out to eat the next day. Like, oh my. So this whole case. So wait. So the knife still fell out the window. The knife still fell out the window. The book still fell out the window. Because Mrs. Garrett threw that shit out the window. And so the knife fell in her back. The knife fell in her back. And then you moved the body. You assisted. You assisted in this crime. Bro. It may have been an accident, the throwing, but that's just negligence. That's negligence. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then you let her on a whole goose chase too. Wow. You gotta get locked up too. You gotta get locked up too. What the hell? Hold on. Hold. Mm-hmm. Will he crash out? He might not crash out. I'm I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. So why are you crying? His dumbass did this. His dumbass did this himself. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. You still could have did it, man. You still could have. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead. You see? She wasn't. The whole time she wasn't dead. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Pat, open your eyes. He did that. Open your eyes. He did exactly that. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Good question.
Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? And all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean? She picked up the book, and then the knife came into her back, and she collapsed to the ground with the book in her hand.
When we first ran over to the crime scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, no doubt about that. It's,
Interesting. It was in the victim's hand beforehand. Hand.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it at all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
You thought it didn't make a difference to put an innocent man in jeopardy because you moved the body. Like, my lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
No!
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Nah, you gotta accept the punishment.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's come home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
I didn't think of it at the start.
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally. That the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
No, 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 no. No, 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 don't put that out there now. Don't try to spin the narrative about that.
Objection!
Shut up. I disagree.
Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true?
Very well. You caught me. Name the person if you will. And if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You're a smart cookie, bro. You know who it is.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated this crime.
Bitch, get on the stand.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again,
My assistant made the same request earlier, but you denied her. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb.
Me? Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
that request has already been denied.
Objection!
Nope, different circumstances. The situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
Still sending out insults. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Oh, you sly devil. Seriously.
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Oh, you're not getting out of that one. Conveniently, yes, he did say that. We're not going for that.
Objection!
Oh! No! I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh?
Oh!
Plot twist. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrett. Oh, yeah.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
You injured your husband. You injured your husband. I saw the smack on his face. Please give us his face as evidence. That'd be funny.
Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo?
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. But you did a second ago. But now it's to your liking. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. You're not going anywhere. Do you concur, consuls? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, shit, this is working out for me.
That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey. And I'm a lawyer. Soak that in, buddy. Soak that in. You official. Witness. State your name and occupation.
Yes. My name is John Garrideb. And I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. What anymore? The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Ooh. Ugh. Whew. I ain't gonna lie. I might have to stop it here. My voice is getting scratchy. It's a pivotal point, I know. It's pivotal. But what better way to end it? You know? What better way to end it? I'm kind of hungry too. You know, I'm gonna stream too. I'm gonna stream too, cause I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to watch some YouTube. There's some videos I gotta watch. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here for now. Nice 5.5 hour Ace Attorney stream. You know what I'm saying? We got to the truth of the matter. We got to the truth of the matter. That Hail Mary I threw out about the knife going out the window, it actually paid off. I was right on the money. Nice 5 hours, real. Hey, Real, I appreciate you coming in. Sleep anyway? Yeah, it's time. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank y'all for being as immersed as I was. Hope y'all enjoyed the voice acting. Hey, next time I play Ace Attorney, it's gonna be on a good note. It's gonna be on a good note, you know? No scratchy voice. We got the real killer. Well, she wasn't a killer. We got the real perpetrator on trial now. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Let's see. Let me raid somebody. Let's rate 7. I can't wait to download this soundtrack. Oh my gosh. Alright. Hey, make sure y'all say what's up to 7. Vibe out over there. If you're staying, vibe out. If not, get some good rest, get some good food like I'm about to do. And I'll see y'all when I see y'all, man. I might come back later tonight. I might. Who knows? You never know. I might come back. But yeah, I'll see y'all when I see y'all, man. Nighty night.